1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Good morning once again. We want to start our session for today, and I think it is always good that before we start any activities of the day, we seek the blessings of the Lord, so that we may be protected as we carry on the business that we have today. So I will request one of us to lead us in a word of prayer so that we can start. Bwana Gesora, karibu.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Our kind and loving Father, who art in heaven, we thank you for this moment you've given us. We thank you above all for the gift of life you have given us. And we thank you for having given us the energy and the power to come to this place to deliberate on a crucial subject that affects the construction industry. Father, we pray that as we begin this session, that you will be with us. Enable us to engage constructively. Enable us to reason out constructively. That, Lord, the things that we will discuss shall be understood and shall be applied for the betterment of our construction industry and the country at large. There are many people who are trying to come to this place. And as they come, we commit them into your hands and pray that you give them traveling mercies. Be with us, be with the organizers, be with the listeners, participants, that it may be a fruitful day. And this is our prayer in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Paul, for leading us in that session. Our chair for today's session, who is also a member of the board of the National Construction Authority, Professor Bulitia Godwin. The committee that is charged with the responsibility of delivering this document, that's the Building Code Committee. Our key stakeholders, contractors, professionals in the construction industry, and members of the public. Good morning once again. My name is Samson Lukoba. I'm the Corporation Secretary and the Head of Legal at the National Construction Authority, and I will be your MC for today. The purpose of this engagement, this is a public and stakeholder consultation forum that is organized for purposes of seeking the comments and views of the public on the revision of the building code. As you may know, as practitioners in the built environment, the building code that we have has been in existence since just slightly after independence from 1968. And despite many efforts to have the same revised, we have not had a very successful outcome. However, at this point in time, we are just about to have the document delivered because it has been worked on and is almost ready for publication and gazettement for use by the industry. But before that is done, and in line with the requirements of the Constitution of Kenya, the Instruments Act, we are required to make sure that we engage with the stakeholders and the public who are likely to be affected by the document to seek out their views and also get their buy-in before the document is gazetted for use by the industry. So we have invited a wide range of stakeholders, and we will be. And before we came here, we actually did a public notice to invite comments and views. So this may not, in as much as we may not discuss the whole document exhaustively, because we only have maybe just about 3 hours, we will still be open to receiving comments as we go along. So before us, we have a program that we have prepared for the day. So we were starting with the registration. We hoped to complete that by 9 so that we start at 9. We do introduction, invite our chair of the session to give us his remarks before we do a presentation, and then have plenary just after tea, and then do a closing just before we proceed for lunch, and we call it a day. This engagement is covering the KISUMU, the Nyanza region, and the Nyanza region is wide, so we expect to have stakeholders from the counties that are under the bigger Nyanza, or it would have been the former Nyanza province. So it's quite a big area. However, we know the challenges that we have with the pandemic, so we have made arrangements so that we are available online. And this session is being streamed live via our social media channel, the YouTube. So any of your friends who may not be able to come physically are invited to join us via our NCA YouTube channel and follow the proceedings. They can also post their comments and basically hear what we have to say. So without too much ado, I will go to introductions, and maybe we can start with our stakeholders. So we'll just go round. You state your name, state the institution that you come from, and we move on to the next person. So I think we'll start from we can start from the back, from that side, as we go round, coming all the way to the front. You can just stand up and shout, tell us your name.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Shama Kiteme. I'm a civil structural engineer practicing privately, but I also sit in the Council of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and I'm part of the committee that is trying to carry out this exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer, for that introduction. I have deliberately skipped our chair of the session, so he will tell us who he is when he gives his remarks. So as I had mentioned, we are here for purposes of engagement and consultation. I particularly like the mix of the participants in today's activity. It is representative. We have people from Homa Bay, we have people from Siaya, we have people from Kisii, we have people from Kisumu. So I believe that we will have a fruitful engagement out of this day. Of course, there's still room for more. So if you know your friends who are in town and are interested in coming, you can just send them a message and advise them to join us so that we have a discussion regarding this document. So without too much ado, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our chair of the session, who is here on behalf of the chair of the board, to basically give his opening remarks and allow us to proceed from there. Maybe you can just use the same position where you are. Thank you.
Kindly allow me to sit because I'm so tall that if I stand, I'll not be able to, unless I will have to carry it up. But I'm able to see everyone, even the one that is seated behind there. The committee that is in charge of this building code, the NCA management and staff, the stakeholders, and this, I mean the contractors who are here, the consultants who are also here, the public and the Fourth Estate, if any, if they will come, the management of this college, Tomboya College, and our participants who are following us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, before I introduce my name, I receive greetings from our entire board members, board of directors. We are everywhere, and we had to strategize on how we can be present in all this stakeholder engagement. And our board of directors, others are in other regions. The chair could have been here, but he's also somewhere else. But all of them, and all of us, wherever we are going, we are conveying the greetings of the whole board members. I believe you have received their greetings. As you are the MC of today, our Corporation Secretary, who is also the head of legal service, Samson Lukoba, has introduced me earlier on. I'm Belitia Godric Matthews, and I'm one of the board of directors under the NCA board. First, I just want to thank you for your sacrifice. I know contractors, consultants, and even other stakeholders, at this particular moment, I believe you could have had other engagements, of course, very important engagement, but you had to set aside all your busy schedule to confine yourself here when, at a time when everybody fears even to sit next to anybody who is not a family member during this pandemic. I can assure you that, don't worry, our management and the committee, they assess this place before we allow new people in here. So feel free, feel comfortable. The hygiene has been observed and the social distance that is required has already been observed. Allow me, members, ladies and gentlemen, just to take you through what the exercise that we are undertaking today. You have seen a lot of changes that are happening in the Enabling Act today. If you are listening in the morning, you saw national cohesion. They're also amending. There are sections of their law. So as we are not also being left behind, we are just trying to ensure that we are relevant and also continue to perform effectively and efficiently as we oversee the construction industry in Kenya. All of you, are you aware that the building sector in Kenya is regulated primarily by the building code, the fiscal planning laws, and other enabling or related statutes. The current building code that we are discussing today dates back to 1968. I do believe that if not all, by 3/4 of the participants now, and even those ones following us virtually, maybe they were not born, but they are still reading the document that was there before they were born. The outdated building code of 1968 governing the building sector is inadequate, lacking effective and objective controls and enforcement mechanisms. It has thus become a major impediment to the development of the building environment. Several instances of building failures and collapses have led to deaths and loss of innocent lives and property. We have, I believe 3 or 2 months ago, I've seen familiar faces here. We were going around, we were in Ahero, we were in Kericho, and you know what happened there. I don't want to mention. The need to review the 1968 building code arose following construction collapses that were witnessed in this country in the 1990s. In 1996, Dr. Mtiso-led commission did a study and tasked to examine the existing building laws, bylaws, and regulations and make recommendations with a view to prevent instances similar to the collapse of the Sunbeam building and make appropriate recommendations. Since then, several attempts have been made to revise the building code, and we have witnessed the piecemeal and also having done a portion or part of it, but this has not met the desired results, nor have they been fully embraced by the various stakeholders. And the reason why we want to have an all-inclusive involvement, that we shall come up with a document that each one of you will say, I have my stake inside there. I have also written my history to have participated in a document that will guide generation and generation to come. On 20th April 2009, the then coalition government launched a task force committee to review and harmonize laws and regulations governing the building and construction industry. The task force came up with a comprehensive and integrated draft Building Regulation 209. The regulations were never adopted nor implemented. The reasons are still yet to be known. the background of the draft building code 2020, which we are discussing today. This was initiated in October 2019. The cabinet secretary or the cabinet gave direction to finalize and adopt the Building Code of Kenya. In this connection, the National Construction Authority Act number 41 of 2011 was to be amended to anchor the building code and enforce it. This was done through the Business Laws Amendment Act of March 2020. In line with above, the Principal Secretary in charge of Public Works on 25th November 2019 appointed a committee to guide the review and finalization of the draft building code. And this is a committee that is moving around to ensure they collect your views, harmonize, and have a final document that now that document will be legislated. Further, the National Construction Authority was tasked to steer and coordinate the review process. Since the launch, the committee has held several workshops to review the various thematic areas and consulted key stakeholders, including professional associations, government agencies, council of governors, private sectors, and other interested groups. This resulted in the endorsement of the draft Building Code 2020. The Office of the Attorney General reviewed the draft Building Code and has approved it for stakeholder engagement and public participation. We are here with that mandate that we have been given green light to continue and proceed to have other information coming from your side that can be incorporated inside that will make a document that nobody can be able to challenge. We endeavor to reach out to all stakeholders, both physically and virtually. For all the participants now who are following us virtually, we are going to get your views, and your views will be incorporated. The outcomes after this stakeholder engagement, that it is expected the operationalization of this draft Building Code 2020 will achieve a healthier, safer, more convenient building environment and promote optimal use of resources. And when we talk about resources, we are saying to promote that optimal use of that scarce resource. It is worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that the adoption and implementation of the draft building code will result in the following outcomes. One, of corruption. And I talk about corruption, I know all of us, we shall stop writing, but just continue writing. B, streamlined building approvals. C, enhanced accountability with qualified persons. D, reduction of construction claims due to clarity of the roles of the parties. E, enhanced collaboration, coordination among the actors. F, the shift from prescriptive material to a performance-based regime will enable creativity, new technologies, and materials. G, will attract increased investors in the construction industry due to a predictable framework which will lead to industrialization of buildings. And H, will promote a safe, planned, attractive, and inclusive build environment. I allow revision every 5 years to adapt to changing micro and macro environments. So this one, we are not going to leave it for someone to say this one was done even before independence or immediately after independence. So we commit that after 5 years, we shall be able to review so that we align ourselves to the changes, the emerging environmental trends. I think that, so that we are able to ensure that we have a document that is able to meet the tastes and preferences of the environment at that current situation. J, provide for construction risks management in the built environment. K, apply to all human settlements in Kenya without segregation and discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, when all this is done, we are saying that everyone in the construction will be happier, and also the occupants who are the citizens or the public will also be happy because everything will be safe. As I conclude, members, ladies and gentlemen, specific roles of NCA or National Construction Authority in implementation of the building regulations, building code is Roman 1, overall coordination of the implementation of the building regulation of Kenya. Roman 2, issuance of guidelines on aspects that relate to construction safety, construction processes, building materials, and equipment, among others. Roman 3, carry out mandatory projects. 4, quality assurance.
You can all access it. If you are able to, you can just connect to the website. I just want to read the link for you so that we can all be on one page. So when you go to the home page, you click on About Us and our key publications.
The code is about 356 pages. What I will be doing is just a key highlight of every of the parts, the 24 parts and 2 schedules. I'll just be running through so that we have an idea of what every part talks about. It is my hope that we can generate conversations basically from the presentation, but most importantly from your own reading of the document. In very many regulations I've seen, when I read them, usually the first page has an edict of government, and oftentimes the edict of the government, I've read part of them in the Europe, they usually include a very important statement that I like to always carry with me, that all human beings have a right to know the law that governs them. And I believe that is a principle behind stakeholder engagement that is entrenched in our constitution, so that you have a right to understand the building code as long as it is going to become a law. So I'll go through a brief history. Actually, I will not dwell there because the chair has really given us a wonderful history, and I will not dwell there. Then we will run through the contents of the draft building code, and then Wanawakili, the MC, Samson Lukoba, the company secretary and head of legal at NCA, is going to take us through the way forward. Now, don't belabor reading, because I understand someone very far may struggle reading, because I'm just going to run through the highlight of the document. For practical purposes, you can't go through 356 pages in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So don't belabor reading this. I will try to explain what you're saying. So, in a nutshell, the existing code, like pointed out by Prof, the chair of this session, was enacted in 1968 under the Repeal Local Government Authority Act. We know that act was repealed, and now we have County Government Act. And since 1996, Prof has already alluded to that, the work done by Dr. Mutiso. There was a Sunbeam building collapse. And so there were conversations about tightening the control, the building control. Now, every instrument under Statutory Instruments Act has to undergo a certain process for it to become, to have a force of law. But it is anticipated that it will be reviewed after some time. But maximally, an instrument cannot go beyond 10 years without some review. And I'm glad that the board has already assured us that this document is going to be reviewed every 5 years. Very important. So with the promulgation, that hard word, of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the building code needed a home, and the National Construction Authority Act number 41 of 2011 was the home designated by the cabinet. And then through that, the NCA Act was amended in 2010, April, so that the NCA has the mandate to enforce the building code. The Building Code 2020 is now the document we are discussing today. It's a document that is publicly available. And because I've lived through the experience after the committee that was appointed in 2019 as a chair, or the board has confirmed, because I've been involved, I can tell you it has been a participatory process. Stakeholders have been involved, professional associations have been involved, built environment in the built environment industry generally, academia and consulting professionals have been involved. And the NCA, National Construction Authority, has been very keen to make sure it fulfills the requirements of the Statutory Instruments Act number 23 of 2013. And because of this process, now we have the document that we are looking at. I'm aware that in part of fulfilling the Statutory Instruments Act, there's a requirement for statutory impact assessment, and the authority is keen on that, I'm aware. And then what we are now involved in is the stakeholder engagement, public participation to comply with the law. Next. And so part one of the building code has operational terms, or definition of the operational terms used in the building code. You're going to see definition of the architect, definition of the building surveyor. You are going to see the definition of the fire damper, something like that. So that first part, they are operational definition of the terms used in the building code. And as the prof has pointed out, the code has been deliberately designed to be performance-based and not prescriptive. Go back. The importance of that is that it will allow you as an industry to be creative and to respond to performance aspects, not prescriptive. You know, when we say a wall, this is a wall. We expect it to meet some performance aspects. We are not telling you the wall must be stone or must be what. We are telling you, you can have the wall, even if it is a wall of a glass, but does it meet some certain minimum performance expectations? And so that leaves room for innovation. Now, the purpose of the code is spelled out within that first part, and it is to promote order and safety in construction works and the health and safety of persons in or about construction works. And the scope covers design, construction, operation, maintenance, and demolition. It covers standards for building materials, systems, and services, standards for operations and disaster management in construction sites, and safety and security of users and occupants of buildings. Very important.
Now, it is the Building Code 2020 is also an adaptive law. In what sense? When the law is enacted, counties have now room to adopt it, and it will be applicable in all parts of this country. And it focuses largely on the building control aspects, but it works in harmony with other laws. For example, the Physical Land Use and Planning Act, PLUPA, which focuses largely on the development control, and other laws that are relevant, like the Standards Act, Cap 496, Kenya Roads Act, 2007, the Water Act, 2016, the Public Health Act, Cap 242, Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, OSH Act, 2007, and Energy Act, among others. So it's not a law in isolation. It works seamlessly with other existing laws. And so when you go through the code, you're going to find it refers to the other relevant laws. Part 2 of the code talks about siting and space about buildings. Very important. It describes the siting and space about buildings to ensure health and safety of users. So that if you have your eighth, there's a guideline on how to build on that eighth. It stipulates compliance with planning requirements, because PLUPA, or Physical Land Use and Planning Act, specifies the planning requirements about, in terms of development control. And so it talks about frontage, and I have highlighted paragraph 36, which is a building shall not be erected in a manner that reduces the quantity of light and air available to another building, which has been erected in accordance to this code. Just imagine you have your nice building, you are in your good setting and all that, and someone just comes and builds something else that obstructs your view, air, and quantity of light that you receive. It doesn't look nice. So that regulation is to govern that. Part 3 of the building code talks about the parking spaces. It stipulates the requirements for the parking and external circulation. And paragraph 42 is quoted there. If a vehicle has access to a floor, roof, or ramp, which forms part of a building, a barrier shall be provided. Very important. We are talking about safety. Safety of users in our buildings. It specifies minimum requirements for ramps, among other things. Part 4 talks about site preparation. And paragraph 49 highlights, is quoted there. Before the erection, alteration, scaffolding, or demolition of a building, the owner of a plot on which the building is located shall erect a fence. Very important. Hoarding or barricade to prevent the public from entering the plot and to protect the public from the activities at the plot. Very important. All of us see hoarding in construction sites. We may think it is, we may assume it when we see it, but it's a very important safety requirement in construction sites. And so the code is alive to that fact. And so site safety is a priority, and the owner has the responsibility to limit dust and noise causing nuisance. You have your construction project, and your neighbors cannot live because there is noise and there is sound. The law is catching up with you in terms of the building code. Very important aspects. And it provides for facilities like kitchen and sanitary facilities. You cannot have a construction site and the construction workers do not have toilets or somewhere to go and relieve themselves. Part 4 covers building materials. And the building materials used, whatever form they are, they must comply with the Standards Act, Cap 496. Because standards are under the purview of Kenya Bureau of Standards. Next. Structural design, a very important provision in the code, and it specifies the standards to which the building shall be designed to structurally. The structural design shall comply with the requirements of limit state design. That is quite deep if you are not a structural engineer. But suffice it to say that prescription of how a structural design shall be carried to meet the minimum requirements, they are specified in the code. Paragraph 66 says, a design of a structural system shall be prepared by a civil engineer. And it doesn't stop there. It also stipulates means of regular inspection to make sure that the design is being complied during the construction. And so civil engineer shall demonstrate due care, judgment, and skill and good practice, and the appropriate application of reliability and consequence class. Now that is so deep. I wanted paragraph 66, 2, part 2, which says there has to be inspections carried out at intervals. And I know we all agree that is a very important aspect. Go to part 7. Part 7, please. Part 7 talks about space within buildings. It talks about the height of the building. It talks about the minimum dimensions for landing, lobby, and stuff like that. The minimum space requirements are clearly stipulated. Next. Part 8 talks about floors, considerations for floors, requirements for floors in relation to fire. You know, consideration for black cotton soil on how it can affect floors, for example. And very important provision has been put there that floors are supposed to be non-slippery. You see, it is not fair for me to come into the building and you are telling me, watch, I can sleep as I walk. You understand what I'm saying? So the building code is very careful to tell you, now as a developer, think about the safety of the people and have non-slippery floors. And you know, people have died in buildings. You're just walking and you slip and you fall and you die. We know that has happened. Go on, please. Part 9 talks about walls. We're talking about foundation walls, retaining walls, and others. We're saying that paragraph 120, a contractor shall construct a wall that shall receive the penetration of water into any part of the building. Now, if you have not lived in a building that has a leaking roof, you may not appreciate this. But leaking roofs and walls that are allowing water in, they have the ability to allow the moisture to remain there. Development of black mold. And the last time, because I worked in a hospital, I'm aware that black mold is dangerous. It can cause brain damage. So we're talking of the buildings must be livable and healthy. And so building code is keen to make sure that buildings, they have life in themselves. You know, they are dead buildings. Buildings you get in there and it's during the day and you have to put on light. Building that you get in there and the ventilation is not enough. So the building code is very keen to make sure that we have quality buildings. Next, please. Part 10 talks about lighting and ventilation. Very important. Paragraph 137 says, a room shall have a means of lighting and ventilation, which shall enable the room to be used without detriment to the health or safety or causing nuisance for the purpose for which the room is designed. This reminds me of a friend of mine who tells me he worked in an office setting with poor lighting. And because of that, his eyesight was damaged. Today he wears specs forever because of working in a bad environment. And so lighting and ventilation is very important. Matter of fact, in this age of COVID-19, we are supposed to ventilate very well. So the building code is alive to that fact. And so sufficient natural lighting shall be provided in a building, and artificial lighting is also provided when required, because obviously at night we must put on lights. Natural ventilation is recommended, and artificial ventilation may be required in our buildings. And of course, to mechanical engineers, very interesting, and for sustainability purposes, energy efficiency, environmental design considerations, and renewable energy based on the Energy Act of 2019. I already said the building code seamlessly works with other existing laws. And so it sets out the requirements for rooms for different usage. Am I in kitchen? What amount of lighting do I need? Lux, is it light lumens? Am I in the sitting room? What amount of light do I need? Am I in a lecture theater? Something like that. Those ones are clearly set out in the code. Next. Part 11 talks about glazing and cladding. It talks about safety and safe installation of glazing, which is glass basically, and the standards that are relevant. Specification for sizes and thermal check requirements are provided. How thick your glass can be and how wide the panel can be. Very clearly spelled out. Part 12. Part 12 talks about staircases, lifts, and escalators. And it is very detailed. Paragraph 200 is quoted there. That a building which exceeds 1 story in height shall have at least 1 staircase to access the upper floors. That sounds too natural until someone comes who is not aware of that requirement, and he builds a building, and he realizes he's now in the first floor, and he doesn't have a staircase. It is not too far-fetched, but it is put in the requirement so that it is not omitted. Dimensions for staircase in domestic and public buildings are provided, width and height. I know you have worked in some buildings and you have told, check your head. Why should I be told to check my head? What was in the mind of the designer? So the building code tells you what is the height from the top of the stair you are stepping on, and the headroom is covered very clearly. So special staircase for fighting they are also provided for. And very important, a staircase shall have handrail, for you to walk as you're holding. Very important safety provisions. Part 13. Of course, we have part 12. But I needed to point out paragraph 233, which says a lift well shall be exclusively used for lift. So that, imagine you are in a building that is 50 stories. And then you accidentally get into the lift well, and the lift is at the bottom. What is that? That is sure death, right? So a lift well is exclusively used for a lift. It is not provided for other purposes. Yeah, next please. Roofs, they are mentioned in part 13. And paragraph 251 is quoted. Where a nominally flat roof of boarded or concrete construction is used, it shall have an impervious surface and laid to a fall of not less than 1 in 50. So the slope for the roof and the fact that it should not allow the water to penetrate through and cause unwanted moisture into the building is clearly provided for. Next, please. Very important, part 14 on water services, drainage, waste disposal, and stormwater. Now, rainwater harvesting is provided for in the building code. Sometimes we want to separate gray water and black water. Gray water is the one that you come from kitchen. Black water is the one that comes from the toilet. Sometimes you want to separate them because you can reuse gray water more easily as opposed to the black water. The black water, you have to take it through the treatment process and all that. The treatment requirements for the black water are not the same as the gray water. You understand what I'm saying? So the code is very clear that you can provide separate plumbing for that. Of course, the guidelines for discharge of the sewage, they are provided. It also talks about provisions for wash closets, WCs, and their appurtenances that we need, the piping, stuff details, and the use of septic tanks, conservancy tanks, soak pits, and stuff like that. Very well stipulated in the document. Now, guidelines on design of sewers and appurtenances are also provided. How do you design the sewer? What type of pipes can you use? How can you dispose the sewage? Those are well provided. And the design manual that you're supposed to use to guide you is properly quoted. Next, please. Part 15 talks about electrical installations, and standards for electrical installations are provided. Very important for safety. You don't want shorts to always come to have to get short-circuited, and you die because of that. Proper earthing to be provided, networking of the cables to be done well. And a breaking, paragraph 326, the breaking capacity, it shall be designed by a qualified electrical engineer. So that your circuit breakers, they are properly designed by an electrical engineer. And you want to be sure of that while in your building. We have also provided protection against lightning. And I know, we all know, there are parts of Rift Valley, Western, where lightning strikes and kills cows, it kills people, stuff like that. So that has been provided. Next. I'm almost finished, so don't start dozing. Huh? There is an introduction on landscaping. We are also thinking about the environment of the building you are in. And you can see here at Tomboya College, the way it looks nicer. Out there is some green grass, well mown, well kept. Landscaping, when done well, provides for quality life. And so construction of an environment, of course, and setbacks for trees and shrubs are provided for, and relevant furnitures to make sure that I can live well in the landscaped place. KISUMU is a beautiful place, but I can tell you the green areas add a lot of value to the quality of life in our buildings. And so the building code is alive to that fact. Next, please. Inspection and maintenance of the built environment. Now, this chapter introduces a provision for inspection of a building after every 5 years. You see, the building, when you construct the building and you complete, you will get certificate of occupation. But after that, do you live 50 years, for example, without maintaining the building? If the building becomes dangerous, So the code provides for inspection of a building after every 5 years. And there are several types of inspections, including visual inspection, full structural civil inspection, building condition survey, among others. Next, please. Part, that is 18, right? Talks about non-waterborne waste disposal. Here, siting construction of pit latrines is discussed in detail, and where you can get the design guidelines is provided for. There's a manual called Practice Manual for Sewage and Sanitation Services, which is actually a public document. It guides on how you can go about that. And so guidelines are provided. And I will quote paragraph 365, which says, a family or group which does not exceed 12 persons shall have one latrine and one ablution, or a combined compartment in accordance with the said paragraph. So you basically cannot put people somewhere and there's no latrine. Am I communicating? Yeah, it will not be allowed by law. Next, please. Part 19 is on refuse disposal. Now, every building shall have approved means of refuse storage and disposal. Details of storage chambers and containers are actually provided in the building code. What size of the building or the storage chamber, where can you place it within the plot? They are clearly stipulated in the building. And actually it goes up to even stating the size of the chambers. And the provisions for chutes, hoppers, and incinerators. I worked in a hospital, and you use an incinerator to incinerate, placentas, those things. Ukienda hospitali, mtu amekatwa mguu, amekatwa mkono, they are incinerated. Am I communicating? So they are provided in the building code. Next, please. Go back, I see whether the last point was important. No, go next now. Part 20 talks about requirements for differently able people. These are people living with disability. Now, you may think people living with disability is very far from you, but some disabilities are for a short period. For example, I got an accident, and I'm now going in crutches. That is an inconvenience on my part, for example. Am I communicating? So that building needs to think about me Well, I'm just going to be inconvenienced for a short while, after which I probably will be cured. But there's also another person that is a permanent state he is in. Maybe he's in a wheelchair or something like that. So the building code has very clear provisions to cater for those people. And it says a building, all buildings shall be planned for use by people living with disability. And this includes an access with no stairs, steps, curbs, steep ramp, doors or doorways that would impede the passage of a wheelchair or access by a person living with disability. Very important. And paragraph 370 actually talks about the standard that we must comply with when we are doing buildings. A building shall be designed in a manner that facilitates access to the building and to the use of its facilities by a person living with disability in accordance with KS ISO 21542. Very important. Another very important provision is that at least one parking or 1% of the entire parking space, whichever is greater, shall be reserved as a parking space for differently abled people. These are people living with disability. Very important. A lift shall be provided for every floor to facilitate access by people living with disability. So the code has really taken care of the right of every person by making sure that people living with disabilities can access buildings. Next, please. Part 21 talks about fire safety and fire installations. And a building shall be designed and constructed to ensure that in case of fire, safe evacuation is possible, there is limit to spread of fire, and it remains stable, not to endanger other buildings. Think about that. You need a building to be designed in such a manner that firefighters can access and put off the fire. During the period before people are evacuated, they are safe. The building does not collapse. And they can be evacuated. Equipment for detecting, fighting, controlling, and extinguishing fire are also supposed to be availed. You know, CO2, firefighting equipment, they are supposed to be provided. Fireballs, fire blankets, things like those. Very important consideration. And a firefighting lift is provided for, as well as a firefighting and rescue staircase. Very important provisions. Now, the last bullets there that I know you cannot see, those were seated first, says firefighting equipment are provided for a building higher than 6 meters, and they include hydrants, hose reel, dry riser, sprinkler, drencher, and water storage tank. Very important provisions for the safety of occupants of buildings. Next, please. Of course, fire safety, fire safety and fire installations are continued. And well, a provision is made for a fire escape route, for example, which shall not at any time be obstructed. So you cannot have a fire exit that people have stored things, you know. This is a fire exit, then you have stored things there. So in case of a fire, people cannot run away from the building. And of course, a building shall have emergency routes, shall be clearly marked and signposted. Emergency routes shall be clearly marked and signed. There will be a signpost. For example, that is an emergency room. Exit signs need to be very clear. And the last point there, the second last is, if a building that exceeds 18 meters shall have a firefighting lift serving, the building that exceeds 18 meters in height, it shall have a firefighting lift serving off floors. Very important. And the last point there is as a sitting arrangement in an auditorium, a church, a lecture theater, a lecture hall, or a grandstand shall be done to provide an unobstructed access to escape routes. You see, like we are seated here, the arrangement should be such that every person, wherever they are, they can access an escape route. And so you may find that people are put in clusters, a cluster here, then there is an alleyway or a pew, then another cluster, and then there is an access route there, there is an escape route there, like that, something like that. So the building code is very clear. Next, please. So next, please. Well, of course, this one is the responsibility of building owner. So that is a very important provision. I don't want to dwell so much on fire because the code is very clear. Part 22 talks about demolition of buildings. And now, for the first time, demolition should be controlled. In fact, the building specifies the standard to be met while demolishing buildings. You see, you don't just come up and demolish buildings. That building can collapse and kill people while demolishing it. It has to be controlled demolition. Am I communicating? Very important. So, and demolition shall be done by people who understand the structure being demolished. And it shall be done under supervision of a qualified engineer or an architect. Very important. Next. Part 23 talks about disaster risk management. And if you go through the document, it's very detailed about consideration for disaster risk. And the persons involved in a construction shall coordinate well for safety and health of everyone involved. You are not going to send someone to dig a very deep excavation alone. You want that person to have 2 or 3 people so that one can observe the other one. In case something happens, they can take care of the situation. Am I communicating? Very important provision. And the owner has a duty to the designer of a contractor to provide all the pre-construction information. So that the owner should provide all pre-construction information to the contractor, to the designers, so that design is done in a manner that is safe to be carried out. Next, please. Part 24, which is the last, this is 23 again. Go to the next, please. Part 24, which is the last one. It talks about access roads, cul-de-sacs, and other private roads. This part specifies issues to do with width of the road, of a street, the standard that shall be used to govern the width and stuff like that. And a private sector or a cul-de-sac shall have a footpath of at least 2 meters wide. Now, KISUMU is beautiful. You can walk along the streets and all that, but there are towns where you're fighting to walk with the vehicles. That is not right. Because roads are not only made for people with vehicles. Roads are also made for people who are walking. In fact, you may find that vehicle owners are merely 20 to 30%. Where do we have the other 70 to 80%? When you do a road, only for vehicles. So it puts in considerations for walking footpaths, and their width. Specifications for horizontal and vertical curves are provided for the roads, for the access roads. And also guidelines for manholes, drainage, and channels in terms of the private streets, they are also provided. Next, please. We have now completed all the parts of the building code. But within the body of the building code, there are diagrams or tables that are referred. They are put in the schedules. And the first schedule is about tables, providing very useful data to think about or to use while designing. It talks about occupancy classification. It talks about the structural Eurocodes for structural design I talked about. So that when you talk about occupancy classification, how do you classify this building, for example? What is the difference of this building and the church? What is the difference of this building and a class? What is the difference of this building and my home place? Those are well stipulated. Structural Eurocodes are basically for the structural engineers. Then there's a general classification for bearing capacities of soils. You build on a soil. What is the bearing? That is also very important for engineers. Details for walls, air exchange rate per hour for mechanical engineers, they are provided. Green Building Index, we are talking about sustainability, sustainable development goals. Do we have healthy building? There are phenomenon called salutogenesis and pathogenesis. A building that is healthy to live is considered pathogenic building. A building that is alive or good, that is healthy to live with, it's such salutogenic concept of design. There are healthy buildings and there are sick buildings. Sanitary features you know, sanitation solutions like MBR, MBBR, SBR, sequencing batch reactor, you know, and fire resistance for floors, beams, columns, and curtain walls. Very important data in the tables. Next, please. And lastly, we have figures. These figures are illustrative drawings or sketches that tell you, when we are telling you the building must have a headroom of 2.4 meters, it is from where to where? Is it from the floor to the bottom of the next floor? Or is it from floor to floor? What is 2.4 meters? We talk of turning circles for vehicles, measurement of floor area. We talk about minimum floor height, I've mentioned that. The glass thickness and dimensions, just to mention a few, and lift well and closure dimensions. Very important. So in a nutshell, I've just run through the 24 paragraphs, 356 pages of the building code, but it's very important for you to go through it in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Kiteme, for that. I hope you can hear me. Good. I think it's now clear. We are the institution that is charged with the development and implementation of the code. In terms of the law, under Section 42, the person that is responsible for publication of the code is our cabinet secretary, our line cabinet secretary. So that would be the cabinet secretary in charge of transport, infrastructure, housing, urban development, and public works. We are under the State Department of Public Works, so that's the reporting. So whatever activity that we are undertaking today is being undertaken on behalf of our cabinet secretary. Of course, the board, the cabinet secretary publishes the regulation in consultation with the board, and that's why you see that we have a board member present with us chairing today's session. So he has to convince Parliament that in the process of publication, he actually, first of all, consulted with the board, and they are in agreement. He has also to prove that he came out here and met stakeholders, members of the public, the industry, and anybody who has an interest in the code. The cabinet secretary also has to prepare a document called an explanatory memoranda that will accompany the code to Parliament. Basically, the explanatory memoranda details the process that the code has been taken through in terms of the drafting, the stakeholder engagements, and then onward transmission to Parliament. There is also a very important document that accompanies the explanatory memoranda, which is called a regulatory impact statement. This is a requirement under the Statutory Instruments Act that then details the impact of the document on the stakeholders. It should be economic, social, and other aspects that may adversely affect the public or the stakeholders that may be affected with the enactment of that regulation. So all those are documents that we have to work on to make sure that eventually when you go before Parliament, Parliament is convinced beyond doubt that we have followed due process. Parliament will also carry out its own public engagements to actually verify that whatever we are doing was done. Because you may take their documents and yet you just went on the streets and picked people, signed, they attended some function, but they never actually had an opportunity to do that. We Kenyans have been known to do that, isn't it? So that's why we are here. It's a formal process. It's recognized under the Constitution, under the Statutory Instruments Act, and of course our NCA Act. Because as I told you, the Cabinet Secretary has to go before Parliament and confirm to Parliament that he consulted with the board. You know, all that process is tied. That is what is listed here. So we are making sure that we are doing public participation. Today we are in Mombasa. There's a team that is comprised of board members and also members of the committee who are also in Mombasa meeting other stakeholders from that region, the coastal region. On Thursday, we are going to meet stakeholders in the western region. So we'll cover basically the counties within the western region. On Friday, there will be a team that will be meeting other stakeholders in Nyeri. Like that. So we'll eventually conclude with a session on the 2nd of March in Nairobi. So that covers the first bullet. Of course, and after that is the report that I have explained that is prepared by the Cabinet Secretary, and then the Cabinet Secretary will now, after consultation with the Attorney General, confirming that the input that we receive from the stakeholders had been incorporated, and if it has not been incorporated, actually an explanation is given as to why it may not be incorporated, because not all input can be incorporated into a document. So we have to explain all that. The Cabinet Secretary will go ahead and gazette the building code. We are calling it 2020 because that's the time, the year when we received it back from the Office of the Attorney General. But I believe that at the point of gazettement, the year will change to hopefully 2021, because we are hoping that by around April, the Cabinet Secretary should be in a position to gazette the document. Before then, it is taken to Parliament. In Parliament, there is a committee that is responsible for looking at what you call the statutory instruments or subsidiary legislation. So that is the committee that will scrutinize this whole process, and if they are convinced that the process has met the threshold, the constitutional and legal threshold that has been established, then they will do their own report and lay that report before the House for adoption. So once the House adopts that report, then the code will now become a subsidiary legislation that will be applicable across industry. As you have heard, it has some very elaborate provisions that touch on many of us as practitioners, because I know a majority of those who are in this room are contractors. You will be expected to implement what is in the code as you implement building projects. So once that is done, then we'll have a building code. Now, this code is an adoptive law. What do I mean by an adoptive law? Yes, it is passed by the National Assembly and the Senate. But the implementers of the code, where you take your building plans for approval, is at the county level. So again, there will be a process where counties will be expected to then adopt it as a part of their laws for purposes of approval. So that is the working relationship that we will have, that once you do your designs, you take them to the county for approval, isn't it? So the county will be looking at whether you have, that design has complied with the requirements of the code. So that will be like their Bible for purposes of approval of building designs. So that is how we interface. NCA may not be able to approve all the drawings that are prepared across the country. You don't have that capacity. But of course, In terms of planning, in terms of other approvals, it is the counties that are responsible for that. So that is how we interface. That is how we ensure that there is harmony between the national government in terms of making necessary laws, and also the counties then adopting those laws and implementing them to ensure that we have sustainable growth and development across the country. So that is the process that that will follow. So that will be the end of the presentation. It is just 11 o'clock at this point. I think as per the program, we are supposed to take a tea break and then come back for plenary. Thereafter, I think, let me just confirm the timing. Yeah, the tea break was supposed to be for 15 minutes. I believe we can quickly go grab something and be back here by 11:15, 11:20, so that we can start the next session. But before we go for the tea break, I just wish to recognize the presence of some of the members of the committee who have joined us, and our team leader who was unable to be with us. So if they can just introduce themselves and state which organizations they come from and their membership of the committee. So we can start with the engineer. You can just turn on the microphone and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Mbiti. I'm the Acting Chief Engineer Electrical from the State Department of Public Works. The ministry, as you heard, is a very long, is a ministry with a very long name: Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. So I come from the State Department called Public Works, where the National Construction Authority is domiciled. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eva Sawe. I work for the Council of Governors as a Senior Program Officer in charge of urban development and infrastructure. The Council of Governors is an intergovernmental body that consults of matters of common interest for the county governments, and that's why we're here, because issues of construction and this construction code is a matter of common interest for all the 47 counties, noting that they have a very big role in approval of development plans. And I'm also a member of the committee, and that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is James Kilonzi. Working with the National Construction Authority as a General Manager of Corporate Services. And for this session that you're going to be here, is alluded by the session chair, Mr. Samson Yukoba. I was meant to be, I'm the team leader, but I was not able to join you in the morning. But through technology, I was able to follow the proceedings from the start. So we're happy that we invited you, and you have turned out in large numbers. And as we come to the next session, which is basically the plenary session after the presentations, we expect to get feedback from the team that will go a long way in enriching the document that is before us, because that's the main purpose of having this meeting. So thank you so much for turning up in good numbers. Thank you, Samson.
Thank you, our team leader. I'm the MC. Our chair is right there at the center. Thank you. I know there are those who joined us after we did introductions. For your information, we actually introduced all those who came early. They said their name and the institution they come from, and also the county that they come from. We were pleased that there was a representation from across the counties in the Nyanza, larger Nyanza region, right from Kisii, Homa Bay, Kisumu, Siaya. I want to believe that we definitely have somebody from Migori as well in the room. So you are most welcome. We are also streaming live on YouTube, the NCA Kenya page, YouTube page. So if you have friends and colleagues who are not able to be with us physically, kindly direct them to our YouTube page, where these proceedings are being streamed live. They can join. If they have any comments, they can actually type, and we will be able to pick them and respond to them accordingly in the course of the proceedings. Otherwise, I take this opportunity to welcome you for a cup of tea outside, and then we come back for plenary in about 20 minutes. Asanteni sana. Karibuni for chai. Good morning, friends, once again. We want to resume our session and move on to the next activity, which is plenary. Now, I don't know how many of us, by a show of hands, have had a chance to see the building code, the draft that we are currently referring to. I can see one. Any other? I know engineer did a presentation. He must have seen it. Members of the committee must have had a look. So the session that we want to have at this point is basically to receive any comments, anything, whatever you feel in relation to the document, in relation to what you do, and whether the document is going to affect you positively, negatively. Your feelings really about the document. It's very important for us to receive feedback, so that we see how we can incorporate it. So I have just put the document on the screen for those of you who can see. So upon publication, of course, it's a Government of Kenya document. That's why we have the coat of arms at the top. So it will have a legal notice number upon publication. It is published under the provisions of Section 42 of the National Construction Act, number 41 of 2011. And this is how it is arranged. And the presentation that we were given by Engineer Kiteme basically covered all these parts. There was the preliminaries. We have the citation, which is a very important provision, and the interpretation section. Normally, Section 2 of any regulation is usually, just go slowly. But Regulation 2 is usually set out for interpretation purposes, and the purpose of the code is set out under Regulation 3, and the scope where it covers, and the compliance. So Part 2 is issues to do with citing. I think there was an elaborate again presentation as far as that is concerned. Just scroll down. So it has, if you look at it, it is from Regulation 7 all the way to 36. Quite elaborate provisions as far as that is concerned. The presenter also talked about parking spaces, which is Part 3, the requirements for parking. Again, from 37 all the way, that's about 11 paragraphs. Part 4 is the site preparation, again from 49 through to 59. Those are 10 paragraphs. The building material, 60 through to 62. You kindly scroll up again a bit. Building material, very important, because he mentioned about our innovativeness, isn't it? How well we can use materials. You'll find provisions relating to the materials that we have locally around us. You call them vernacular? Yeah.
Vernacular, traditional,
yeah.
But also very important, Akili, the whole aspect of even recycling,
yes,
and circular economy. Yeah.
So that is covered, and recycling is covered under second-hand materials, and for temporary, what we would call temporary buildings. Structural design is Part 6. Again, there are quite elaborate provisions all the way to paragraph 89. Part 7 is the spaces within buildings, about nine paragraphs of that. Part 8, the floors, requirements for floor, the issue of black cotton soil, which is quite a challenge in our country. Floor construction, empirical timber regulations. Part 9 is the walls from 104 paragraph 104 through to 136. So that again is quite elaborate. Lighting and ventilation from 137 through to 177. As you can see, that's a very important area. Part 9 is glazing and cladding, again from 178 to 199. We are moving to use of glazing. You can see even this building where we are, there's quite a bit of glass that has been used for the windows, serving various purposes. We have it allows light, it's easier to manage, and air circulation. I think so. Those are some of the things that you need to be aware of as you implement your projects, and how they relate to maybe issues of cost. You'll be given a BQ to fill in, and you must be aware of all these provisions and how they relate, what is expected when you're implementing, and how they relate to the cost of the project as you implement it. Staircase and lifts and escalators. We know of parts of urban areas in this country where we have people who have put up structures that are in excess of 5 floors, but they have no access for no provision for things like lifts and escalators to take people on the floors that are higher than that. In as much as that has been a requirement, I think we are introducing provisions that then reinforce that that requirement. We have roofs. Have we skipped something? I think we have. Where are we? 12. Where is 12? 12 was what? Yeah, 12 is the escalators, yeah? Okay, so let's go to 13, the roofs, construction of a roof, under 245, paragraph 245, all the way to 251. Water services, drainage, waste disposal, and storm water drainage. Again, very elaborate provisions as far as that is concerned. Electrical installations, we have, again, very elaborate provisions. The requirements for landscaping, again, from 342 to 351, major provisions as far as that is concerned. Inspection and maintenance of the built environment, so periodic inspections of a building, procedure for building inspections, implementation for remedial works. I want to believe that an institution like this is a very old institution, isn't it? We all know Tomboya Labour College from probably the 60s. It's a fairly old institution, but you can, when you are inside, it looks like a brand new facility, isn't it? So I guess the provisions for inspections and maintenance have been well implemented as far as this is concerned. I see even the lighting that they are using must be some form of energy saving lighting. It's not the traditional lighting that was there when it was put up. It must have been, you know, all that has changed. So we can learn something from the environment that we are in as far as those provisions are concerned, and how they relate to the buildings that we have. We have estates that need rehabilitation around here, isn't it? Sometimes you may get a contract to do that. You'll have to come to the building code and see what relates to that, and the issues that you can actually propose for improvement in terms of making it relevant to our current times. Non-waterborne waste disposal, refuse disposal. We have a big problem in this country as far as issues of refuse disposal are concerned. A lot of the buildings that we have been put up don't have provisions for refuse disposal. It becomes a big health hazard for the citizenry. So if we implement the requirements as far as that is concerned, the issues of having containers, storage chamber, you know, all those are actually provided for in the code. And 20, we have the special requirements for people living with disabilities. Again, the presenter had quite a bit to say as far as that is concerned, and we have about 11 paragraphs that cover that particular aspect. Under part 21, we have fire safety and fire installations, starting all the way from paragraph 382 all the way to 477. So you can see that's quite elaborate. in terms of what is expected in design for fire safety. Demolition of buildings from 478 to 490. Under part 23 is disaster risk management on construction site and the built environment. There is quite a bit also that we need to be aware of as far as this part is concerned. We have issues to do with what we call the seismic and wind issues that also affect issues of management of disasters in the built environment that we need to be conscious of. So designers are expected to be aware of the conditions that prevail in a particular area as they are designing, to make sure that the natural hazards do not affect the building and its use thereafter. And part 24 is access roads, cul-de-sacs, and other private roads. Again, as the presenter did mention, quite elaborate, because sometimes we design a very good building, but when you come on the outside, there is no proper access. The road furniture and infrastructure is not properly done to allow safe use of the building and of the occupants. Sometimes you have seen cars even running over and falling on roofs, isn't it, of buildings? And you ask yourself, how was that designed that a car can actually come and, land on your roof? I saw that once at Nairobi, down, it is, which road is this? Not Langata Road, there's, from LSK head office, that road is called what, going down? And the corner of this church, Kitanga Road, yes, down Kitanga Road, up to the corner that leads to Agwings Kodek. Yeah, there was a building that was down there, and one day in the morning when I came, I was going to the office, I found a car had actually, run over onto the roof of that building. It used to be quite an interesting corner, but I think it changed. Nowadays, I think that area has improved quite a bit. So, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So those are the issues that we need to be conscious about. So the next, after that is the next part is the schedules. We have the first and the second schedule, of which has the tables and the figures. So the provisions that require tables are actually that if you are referred to a table in the main regulations, then you'll find the tables in the first schedule. If you are referred to a figure, you'll find the figure in the second schedule of the regulations. The total number of pages is 356 as it is now. That may change. It may not remain that way. Even the number of paragraphs may change depending on the outcome of the engagements that we have, and we hope to hear from you. I have had a request that some of you want the document mailed to you. So I believe we have recorded your emails as you registered, isn't it? So we'll purpose to make sure that the document is emailed to you in hopefully by this evening. Yeah.
But they also aware it is also in the website.
Yes, it's also on the website. I actually mentioned it when I was starting that you can actually access it and download it freely from our website, so that you can read it and understand it. But at this point, I think we need to hear from you. We invite your comments, interventions, or queries, as the case may be. We'll be ready and happy to answer them. Thank you. So maybe somebody can guide the process by taking the microphone around so that we can hear from you.
thank you so much for the time you have taken to take us through the document. I've seen it's a heavy document. Myself as a person with disability, I'm very happy you have tackled our issues in chapter 20. But let me hope it won't be like other documents which have tackled, for example, the Procurement Act has tackled our issues, but we are never considered when we come to procurement. The main issue why I wanted to ask, what I wanted to ask is, the chairman in his opening speech, he said that one of the objectives of this document is to allow for the division of the micro and macro environment, which I don't know if I misunderstand that, which means we will go back to make some corrections where people are placed around in the building. I don't know if I'm correct. If so, I was wondering how you are going to do, because that's too heavy work. Whenever you go, most of the shanties in town, I was imagining, how will you correct this issue? I was imagining you as an elephant walking on mosquito legs. How will you, inspection, when you come to inspection, it need you to have a lot of manpower. You are also asking for this building to be inspected after every 5 years. Who is going to decide? And who is going to report that this building has been finished 5 years? Given there are huge amount of buildings you have in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Just for the record, when you rise to ask a question or make a comment, kindly say your name and where you come from. It's very important for our records.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Engineer Opuge Ephraim. I'm from the Kenya National Highway Authority, Nyanza region. I'd like to give my feedback on this document. And first is appreciate the stakeholder participation in process and policy development. This is a very important component. Stakeholder participation does not only tell stakeholders, but also elicit their views. I think this is an important component of policy and regulation development. The second comment is on the organization that I represent, KENHA, Kenya National Highway Authority. We manage national roads, national trunk roads. And one of the issues that we face currently is access control. This I thought should have been captured in the siting and space about buildings, section 2. Need to consult road authority. It is written there, need to consult approving authority. It is my opinion that the road authority should also be consulted in siting especially. The critical issue now is many of the buildings done along the road face the road, and yet there are subsidiary accesses that can be availed to these roads. As you develop the highway and as you anticipate to expand the highway, you face a serious challenge if the building was designed with a front access. Now, we are blocking several of these accesses as we develop the highway. It is prudent that as a development is coming up, the highway authority is developed, and that is in section 2. The other issue is which issue has already been highlighted, is the issue of refuse disposal and waste management. I'll talk about the two sections. One is the water and sewer and drainage. We have three categories of the water. We have the storm water, then we have the gray water, and then we have the black water. The challenge we have now is all the storm water, this one we can take care of in the drains that we provide, because this we can calculate easily and know. The challenge is gray water and black water. In many of the establishments now, the gray water also is disposed on our drains. So it is very critical that this building, section 14, a building should have sufficiency of design to handle this water, especially in locations where municipal sewerage is not provided for. And these are several locations. Even in this city, there are several locations where municipal sewerage does not cover. This location this space of legislation should be there. The third item on can have feedback is the site preparations. And I say site preparations, section 4, dust control at site and cleaning of trucks leaving site. And this dust control, all the dust that are as work progresses comes to the road. All the vehicles that are leaving the site comes to the road. And you see the road is dirty as a result of the trucks that are either construction, someone is removing black cotton soil. And as the truck leaves, poor loading, no cleaning, and all of it is brought to the road. So they will run on the road. You will find trucks 2 kilometers until the tire is clean. They are making the road dirty. Now I will tell you where this dirt goes. This dirt goes into our drains. This dirt goes into the chutes that we are collecting, and this dirt reduces the capacity of the drainage structures that we have put. So site preparations, critical statements could be added concerning that. And if I'm going chronologically, the fourth item that I'll just give us can have feedback is building materials. I have seen emergence of new materials and new methods of construction. I thought in the code we should have their process for new material approval. A process. We could, because this is the code, the building code, we could have a process for new material approval, innovative materials. I've witnessed one material that was supposing to strengthen the use of black cotton soil, that you can put it and you can build on black cotton soil. We tested one such material and the results was not as advertised. The critical issue is that new materials come and many of our contractors will implement this material if no process is documented there. So this is the proposal. The third item I'd like to say is that the code has been distributed. I got the code from Engineer Sharma in a forum in the engineering fraternity. And this is one forum where the code has been distributed. It is my opinion that the code should be distributed more to more stakeholders and more of such sessions held. The fourth is I propose a format for stakeholder feedback submission. As it is, Kenha has not sat, and the opinion I'm giving is my personal opinion and does not refer to is not backed by any sitting that we have had. It is my opinion that a memorandum from organizations and authorities that would be affected by this legislation could be required. A memorandum or forms, a format for stakeholder feedback submission. I think it could be in form of a questionnaire, it could be in form of forms, or it could be in form of an online system. This would be considered opinions concerning the various segments and sections and the law that is proposed. I think this session is one of them. And then of course, timeline for these sessions and for other stakeholders. I propose that like discussions can happen outside this forum. Now we are in a virtual forum. As we speak, others are listening. Our other colleagues can participate in this discourse. These sessions, especially the professional opinion should be sought, where each of the segments are examined against other nations, what other nations have developed. And I take particular attention to what the nations around Africa have done on building code and restrictions of building for access. Thank you very much. These are my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank you for inviting us for this meeting. My name is John Umogea. I come from Siaya County. I'm a contractor. I just have a concern about the compliance of the national building code 2020. I'm asking if it is COVID-19 compliant, because I have not heard anything mentioned about COVID-19, yet we know it is something that has really affected our building codes. If we're not careful, we might be forced to call us again in future to come and discuss this, how it is going to affect, how it can make our building code COVID-19 compliant. Secondly, from where I come from in Siaya, we have this problem of drainage works. Mostly it's a problem when it's during the rainy season. You find the stormwater, because of the road that has been built along from Luanda to Siaya. It is a major issue, and most of the buildings around 1 kilometer from Siaya town to Karapul, most of the buildings beside the road have been vacated because of the destruction that the stormwater has caused. But you find that the county government can do nothing to resolve the problem, because they have to seek for consent from the people who are managing the road from Luanda to Siaya. It's a problem. It has really caused economic havoc for the landlords who are owning those places and even the residents who are there. So I don't know how this code is going to address such a problem and see how those people who are facing such problems can be assisted. Lastly, I just want to know how the National Building Code addresses the problem, the issue of approval of new building technologies. Currently, we have I have two engineer friends. One is called Engineer Vitalis Asewe. The other one is called Engineer Adrian Ouma. They are both registered and practicing engineers. And they've came with two different building technologies. And they've taken their clients through, and it's convincing. But from where I'm sitting, the code is not clear how it is going to handle the approval of these new building technologies, because Adrian has a new technology called Adrianotech, which even the Asian communities in town are applying to build to come up with new buildings. Those are those are the only three concerns that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe what we can do, we can respond to the issues that have been raised, and then the others can come through. So I will ask members of the committee to also assist in responding to some of those issues, so that we make sure we address them sufficiently. And where we believe we have received an issue that is for improvement, I think we should note that. But also, as I mentioned, this is just a session to basically create awareness more or less, because we cannot go through the document in greater detail in these 3 hours that we are together. But we expect to receive comments from yourselves. If you are representing an institution, kindly, you are more than welcome to do comments through a memoranda highlighting the specific issue that you have and the probable intervention that you think should be included. So we have written to institutions, including the road agencies, because those are our key partners. Probably through the head office, we have written. We have asked for memoranda. So we expect to receive comments. And I know there are like the professional association, I know the architects have seen a message going around to their members to actually download the code and submit comments to the association, the AAK, which will then compile and send a full memoranda to the authorities. So those are some of the proactive steps that have been taken by industry players to give us comments. So we thank you for the feedback that we have received. Even if you are an institution, a big institution, and you believe that you have comments, I'm sure there is ways through which you can have those comments collected and sent to us through memoranda. But I invite my colleagues to just respond to the issues and receive the feedback that we have received from the floor, and then we'll proceed with another set of questions. Thank you.
Which one that was directed to us as the authority? As yes, I expected maybe that could have been the first one that you could have responded to from our brother here. Yeah, our brother raised an issue. Maybe I can remove this so that my voice can be projected well. Our brother raised an issue. We didn't get your name. Huh? Akaki, yes.
Akaki Joel.
Akaki Joel raised an issue regarding two actually major issues. One was the revision, and revision maybe because you are not able to access the document, and I believe you'll be the first person to be shared this document, the building code, so that you can go through it just to apprise yourself and also to see where you can also make a further improvement. The revision that we are talking about is not the revision of the building. The one that we mentioned on the object, that was on H, not H, but is actually to ensure that this code is in tandem with the tastes and preferences at that particular time. And also, there was an issue that he raised about the here we are referring to that there will be changes that will be happening within the construction sector and also within the environment. And we spoke about the scarcity of the resources. I think that also climate changes, maybe within your region or global. And so if we are talking about the micro, we are saying that what really affects, that will affect your immediate environment within, maybe it's a county, I think that, and what can also spread to affect you in a wider way, which we are talking about, either nationally, regionally, or globally. That's the macro environment that we are talking about. So when you hear about this climatic change, that is something that is cutting across all nations. So that's the macro environment we're talking about. But it can also be done nationally, but the micro can be also the resources. Maybe your resources that you want to use here, it might not be the same resources that you will want to use, the building materials, of course, to be specific. The building materials that you want to use here might not be the same building materials that you want to use in Turkana. I said, I'm just giving an example. So we are saying at that particular time, we shall assess and advise and even revise, if need arise, our building code after every 5 years, after we have collected enough information. Because we are not saying that we collect today, this year, information and then we rush to revise our building code. We shall, within this period, if it is going to be gazetted this year, from this year we shall be collecting the views. By the time we hit the 5 years, we have enough information that we have collected that will inform the revision. Thank you. Back to the committee.
Probably I can. The other fear was what you raised.
Yeah, thank you very much for those quality questions. I will want to look at the report from Engineer Opogi Ephraim, and I am aware that we may not necessarily respond to your concerns. I do believe the process we are going through would lead to the issues you have raised, the committee retreating and trying to ask, has the code sufficiently catered from the concerns you're having? As opposed to just coming in and saying we respond to your concerns. But I can assure you that we talked about, when we were doing the code, we talked about the whole issues of access control, way leave, just so that you don't have a building that you have no access basically. Because you don't have time to go through what the code says, that is contemplated. And we contemplated the role of Kenha, Kera, Kura. They are contemplated in the document. What we probably need to look at critically is who then the approving authority at that moment is. Because again, the document also defines the approving authority. But for your comfort, we contemplated and we had conversations about that. And the whole issues of way leave, road reserves, and even how do you design the access to your property. They are contemplated. Refuse disposal, in terms of stormwater drains, there are express provisions also in terms of if you do your buildings, you are expected to do rainwater harvesting, and the excess storm drain, you really cannot drain it through another person's property. So we have those provisions in the code. Refuse disposal, both solid and wastewater. The engineer has talked about grey water, black water, and I think I mentioned something to the effect of the plumbing, separating both grey water and black water. For the treatment needs may be different. So, of course, yes, talked about site preparations and dust control. I remember pointing out something in my presentation about you cannot do a building which causes nuisance to the others in terms of noise and dust. It was very well captured in the presentation. So because I've gone through the code, especially when I was preparing the presentation, that one is captured. But he has brought another aspect of, then how do we deal with the coming from an borrow pit where you're doing material and then you are creating dust on the road. So do we want to go the extra mile and
provide the provision that the contractor shall take care of what you are going pouring along the road. So, on the building materials process for new material approvals, the code contemplates that you can introduce a new material, but it is subject to the Standards Act, Cap 496. And there are procedures put in under that act, and KEB has regulations, which we have had an interaction with KEBs and how they do about it. So, I agree. Those concerns, we need to look at them and see how they have been responded to in the code as a committee. And where we fall short, then an action that the committee will determine. Thank you.
There's engineer there, kindly. And then followed by Mr. Gesora.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm part of the committee, but I think there's something that I've also noticed which probably need to be discussed. First is the use of the BS standards. I noticed that there are some areas here in the document where we have used BS standards, and I know as a country we are moving away from the BS standards. There are equivalent EN standards that we can be able to use, or probably we can make it open if we want to make it, because I know BS standards are not there. The other thing that I've noticed on number 61, and I think it's good that you mentioned it, we have that process for bringing on board new technologies in partnership with the KEBs. But now on 61, I don't know why I didn't see this, but as an authority, we're also trying to encourage the reuse of construction waste, where we can be able to have the circular construction. For example, you have a particular constructor when he wants to demolish a house, and you notice that there are windows which you can be able to use. There is roof material that you can be able to use. What provisions do we have in this code which will be able to allow the reuse? Because there are materials that is difficult to dispose or is expensive to dispose. But if we can be able to encourage the circular construction models, then we can be able to have this material being used by another constructor somewhere. Maybe because we know that there are so many buildings that are being done using demolition material from another site. So when you're talking about second material shall not be used on construction works, I don't know if there's any room, or is there anything that we can be able to do to make it allowable for us to reuse material.
Thank you very much. Contribution was made by a member from Siaya County regarding the use of alternative building materials in construction, and that he was proposing that such kind of technologies or materials find its way into the building code. I think he has a point as far as that issue is concerned, and I'd like to state here that the National Construction Authority is currently coming up with a policy on alternative building materials and technologies. This shall be the use of these different materials and technologies for purposes of construction. Examples of these materials, just to bring it to the participants, may include use of construction panels, soil blocks, clay works, like those ones which are found at Sironga, use of coral, timber, bamboo, etc., etc. I think that is what he was alluding to. So what is happening is that National Construction Authority and KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, they are working together to develop construction standards for such technologies and materials. And once approved, that is to say those materials and technologies, once approved, they shall be used in building construction. Therefore, the usage of such materials should find their place in terms of recognition in the building code. So these are not the only materials that I've talked about. Construction materials are different in different areas of this country called Kenya. All those will be documented. And once approved for the purpose of construction, then they can be used in the various localities that there are for the purpose of building or construction for that matter. So the point that was raised by the participant from Siaya is noted, and I trust and believe that the committee will find room for ABMT in the building code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gesora and engineer for those comments. Perhaps just on the issue of COVID-19, there was a comment. Maybe you can just explain how the code then will address that.
I think there was a brother of ours who was asking that question. You know, the environment is unpredictable, and things that are beyond our prediction, we leave it to God. I think that because you might want to factor into a document, a living document, which is taking you to 5 years. Suppose the COVID-19 is eliminated by September this year, and this is done before the code is gazetted. Are you going to remove it again? So the living document, like the code, the building code, you leave it open, only put only things which are substantial, that you can even foresee that even the coming 5 years, they will still be there, like building materials. You know very well this stone will continue to be used for the next 5 years. I think that the behavior, construction behavior, might continue for the next 5 years. But if you put like even malaria, you put Ebola inside, suppose you eliminate that, what happens? Maybe my brother
I think what the chair is saying is true. What I know John Ouma Ogea, you are raising the point because COVID has found us here and all that. But what the chair is saying, increasingly, the science that we live in is going to adapt to this phenomenon that is new. How? Air change per hour, for example. You have heard in the planes, it is I was reading somewhere that it is easier for you to get COVID-19 in a supermarket buying eggs and stuff than it is in the airplane.
Sure.
So the concept of mechanical engineer designing HVAC, for example, based on the data and the available science that has been informed by COVID-19, can now inform, when we are revising this code after 5 years, we factor in those considerations. Do we want to increase the air change per hour rates and stuff like that? So, because the rates that are provided in the code right now, they're based on the science available at the moment of the code that was done. But the chair is saying, we are going to revise this code after 5 years. Is there a need to probably design bigger spaces for people to live because of COVID-19? Design air change per hour rate, faster rate or a higher, bigger rate than we have? Will the building be economical if the air change per hour is like it is in the plane? You know, those are questions that we'll have to emerge. But yes, COVID-19 is going to inform the way we're living, even the need for us to work from homes, to start designing homes that can also become offices, you know? So one way or the other, the phenomenon is going to continue evolving and inform the science of design, and probably, and most practically, subsequently inform the successive revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. We can now receive another set of comments and questions.
Just before you go to the next question, I'd like to add on to what the chair said about the question that was asked about COVID-19. My name is Ted Otieno. I'm part of the committee. I'm the vice chair at Kenya Green Building Society. At Kenya Green Building, we talk about health and wellness of a building, which actually has been captured in table 25. So it says 25%, window to wall ratio for natural ventilation. And that actually covers what is a requirement for an enclosed isolated space. So if you look at the schedule, you'll see in table 25 where we've talked about green buildings, that we've tried to talk about health and wellness. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So there's a hand raised on that corner. Kindly stand up. Tell us your name, where you come from, and the institution, if any, that you are representing. Thank you, as you make your comments.
Oh, thank you. My name is Kennedy Nyakundi Mariera. I come from Kisii County. I'm the chairman of contractors. And my concern is in the new building code 2020. We talked about the Water Act and the Energy Act. I think there are some things we need to put in some clarities. NCA, you know your mandate. I have NCA for water works. Why again do I go to water for irrigation and then to get the certificate for doing poles? And you have been given the mandate. You have registered me for electro installation. Why again are you sending me for energy to have the ERC? So we need to put all these things in our new building code for us contractors to move forward. Two, there is issue of, there is a building inspectorate where your members also participate in that building inspectorate committees. NCA, you regulate contractors. Once I've been given a project, and that project, if I've been building a floor of the house, I'm a building, it falls down. Or again, some people coming, building inspectorate, again to come and harass me, and you have been given the mandate by the Constitution. So I think we need also to put this into this act. You remember the act came in place in 1968 when some of us were born. It's now 53 years. We don't want to continue that way. We need to change things. 3, we talked about professionalism. I think my brother QS is here, Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and I think each county we have. I don't want to talk about my own county, Kisii, but most counties, it is terrible, my friends. So, please, engineers, Institute of Engineers, quantity surveyors, please make sure that we also need your institution also to be, because you are the ones who prepares the PQs, you are our teachers, you are the marketing schemes, so you know these things. So we must put these things if we want to move forward. 4, you talked about claims of construction.
Are you saying that professionals need to be in all counties?
What I meant, he had what I said. Most of them don't have numbers. If I'm an engineer, I must have my number for practicing. So most of them, not in my own county, but most of the counties, they are quacks. So you put that thing. Okay. And number 6 or number 5? Number 5. We talked about, my friend, the board member here talked about claims of construction. So in the building code, please highlight what are these claims. We don't want to talk about claims in construction. We need to know the specific claims. Like now, the whole of 2020, we had COVID-19. Since January 2021, from 14% to 16%. I've been given a project with 14% VAT. It's now 16%. Let us see how we are going to include in that building code, because we are making the constitution in construction industry. 5, there is something we call here about building approvals. NCA, you are the ones who approves. Please give us timelines. If it's 7 days, I get my approval. If it is 14 days, if it is 1 month, you know, we are making laws. Let us stick with the laws. I'm talking about now number 7, about inspections of projects. Here, let me tell you, contractors have a very big problem in inspections. Once you complete the project, you want the payment voucher. If you are, if you have been doing a road of 3 kilometers of 4 million, inspection time, you get 25 people coming to inspect that project. My friend, this is terrible. And you know you must pay them. So we are talking about professionalism and corruption. We need to put it in this building code. Now, out of mind, it's now out of, it's not in the topic. So lastly, let me say thanks. And we want to give you a very good day. So my brother board member, you present the CEO, take this message as weekly. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Elizabeth Agina from County Government of Siaya. Thank you for developing the regulations. Just a few issues. In Regulation 485, you mentioned that demolition works are to be carried out under supervision of an experienced person. But when you look at the interpretation part, there's no definition of who an experienced person is. It can be a guard, it can be an advocate, so you need to define that. Then if you go to the scope under Regulation 5, you mentioned that every person who intends to undertake any construction works shall obtain, if you look at Part B, you mention an EIA license. You realize that under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, it is specific as to who can apply for an EIA license under the second schedule. So I don't think that all developments would require EIA, so you need to look at that as well. So that in the framing, the drafters then need to qualify it. So if it is approval subject to EIA, then you mention where applicable. Then if you look at, there's Regulation 352, where you speak about inspection of buildings to be conducted every 5 years. This is where you should also loop in the county government, because you notice that under the 4th schedule, the county is also charged with 1, county planning, and 2, county public works. So there needs to be a framework on how the counties work with the NCA. There's also Regulation 54, where you mention control of dust and noise. And you prohibit works between national holidays and Sunday. So maybe some clarification as to why you singled out these 2 days. Is it because you assume that most people will be in the houses, so any pollution would have higher effects, or what was the reasoning behind it? Thank you.
Yeah. Is the microphone coming?
Thank you. My names are Joshua Kangado from Homa Bay County. I'm a contractor. I just wanted to make a comment really on the materials that we are using. There are so many kinds of cement that is now in the market, and the competition is now very high. As you said that we are moving from the British standards to maybe our local standards. What are you doing on the materials? are they compliant? Because what I've realized, let's take I'm plastering this house. Number two is our contractors from outside the country. They are putting up a market in Homa Bay. And I see they're using the type of, maybe the materials. How compliant are these materials? And how long are they durable? Because the efficacy probably is not known. Yeah? Like our friend from China, you know, they make materials that can go for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. What are we doing to protect the interests of Kenyans? Thank you.
I think there are issues that need to be responded to so that we don't lose track. Huh?
Kennedy. Yes, Kennedy, you have raised a weight issue. Just a clarification, we have the person representing the ED here is there. That reduction of construction claims due to, and the main variable here is due to clarity of the roles of all the parties. And maybe the committees that are here, this statement simply means that if everything is done well, everything is clarified well, then there will be no need of someone holding on your money. It means that once you execute your mandate, then the payment will be prompt. So I don't think there will be any delay. And I think you agree with me, the committee here. That is the spirit of that statement. It's not about us causing a reduction in the VAT. That's an arm that is higher than us. But as we are saying that we want to ensure that everything is clarified so that once you do your work, nobody rushes to court because another one has failed to comply with the obligations that you entered into. The other thing that you talked about, empower the regional offices by devolving procurement laws. Our sister who is there, who is in charge of the procurement, she knows that procurement is highly regulated in this country. You know that. And because of that, there are only 2 people in every entity who carry the ultimate responsibility and accountability. And that is the CEO, who is the accounting officer, and the procurement person. So it's up to them now to see which one is lesser in risk, because the procurement plan is consolidated, and as it comes to us as a board, it comes as a consolidated procurement plan, so that now that is a reflection of the budget that is prepared. But now, during the execution and implementation, maybe the procurement person who is here can say these are less risk in a way, and therefore we can see how this one can be done in the regions. We as a board, where we are going to have the joint project supervision, trainings of the contractors in the counties, that one is already at a high gear. We have been going around meeting the county governments so that we can see how well we can execute that collaboration and partnership. We are actually at an advanced stage, and the culmination of that will be coming up with an MOU, how well we are going to execute that collaboration and partnership. So that one is at advanced gear, and when that is done, you will feel our presence there and our partnership. Thank you.
Engineer here, will respond.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to respond to the gentleman from Kisii County, the chairman of contractors.
Kennedy.
Kennedy. I think you said you are an electrical contractor. And then there is something you inquired about why NCA, National Construction Authority, would, for example, demand a license from ERC, or currently being called HIPRA, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Yeah. I just wanted to make a clarification, and maybe the NCA can also respond to that, because it is a requirement by NCA that before they register you as a contractor, then ERC must have licensed you as an electrician, as an electrician, or like as an electrical contractor. It is a requirement.
Maybe what is trying to bring in perspective, and maybe because you are there as our mother, where we anchor all these our roles and functions. He is talking about duplication of roles. Now, this duplication of roles, if you see, we have actually started amending our NCA Act. If you look at what the Parliament has released already for stakeholder engagement, I will love our brother Kennedy to issue a memoranda on the same, because now it's due for revision and it's on it has been in circulation for the last 2 weeks. So kindly write your memoranda and let it be sent to the Parliament, because it's now at that level where our NCA Act is going to be revised. So those issues that you are raising are pertinent, key, salient, and we will be happy if each one of you here sees that duplication as a bottleneck to your functioning. You just come up with that memoranda, then furnish the Parliament. Once they are deliberating that amendment, they will incorporate your views and maybe cause the revision of the other enabling legislation of the other entity to remove that, so that one entity can regulate that. Thank you.
And the chair, this one also applies to also telecommunication contractors, where we still the NCA also is a requirement by NCA for those contractors will be licensed by CAK, by ICT also. So we still have duplication across the government agencies. So for those who are here also, you can also do a memorandum and maybe petition to Parliament through your good friends, the politicians, and then the NCA Act will be amended accordingly. Yeah, I also want to mention about you talked about claims in the construction industry. Before, as a contractor, before you go into construction, you have to sign an agreement or a contract with the developer. In this case, is a client, and the QS who is here can advise. These claims are well addressed, because this document does not address the issue of claims raised by contractors. Claims raised by contractors are well addressed in a contract that you sign with the developer. So those are issues to be handled in the contract, but not in the code. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Probably I'll pick the issue of the claim. I'll pick the issue of the claim, and also probably the issue you raised earlier about works working in the county. And I think devolution, I know that came with a lot of pressure on the professionals that were available, and what counties in the rush to be independent. I think in terms of recruitment that happened, probably they ended up with professionals who are not very qualified at that time. I believe some of the issues that the chairman is talking about cooperation with the counties, this is slowly going to be weeded out, and a sure that is something that can also be picked up with the professional bodies. That with that cooperation, we should be able to resolve those issues that are eminent in the county. But I think it's those teething problems that you are seeing. And I think it's an issue of time, and it requires a lot of bodies to come together to uplift the level of the professionals who are working at the counties. I think that is how I would put it. In terms of claims, clearly those are very specific to the jobs that you are doing, and they are very clearly anchored in the contract like the engineer has seen. So we will not be able to anchor that in a daily code, because it is very clear that contracts are between the parties, and there are those clauses that now regulate. It is really how they are approached. Being guided by the. So probably I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to talk before Kariuki talks because we've interacted in different fora, and I know how passionate and he is about the claims as it was desired. So that you don't design a building and then for residential, then you convert it into a church. And the last one is the building must be maintained in its entire lifetime. Now, materials is a big conversation. As an engineer now using Eurocodes, I will not tell you use 124. What I will tell you is, give me class 25, 2025, cylinder strength, cube strength. It's your business to go and do try or mix design and prove to me that you achieve that. That's the standard that we have put in Eurocode. Now, what that means to you is, you must engage an engineer who then can do try or mix for you, and it must be consistent. And the call says there is going to be regular inspections. In those regulations, we are going to inspect and see whether you did cube crushing tests. Did you test your steel? Did you test your aggregates? Did you test your stone? What are the compressive strength results you put? And I need to find them on site, and that I know that is what Engineer Nyakondo will be doing when they're inspecting your site, and Engineer Musau. So that then we know by the time you're being issued certificate of occupation by a sister there who is in the county or whatever authority, it is ascertained that your design complies with Eurocodes and the materials are quality materials, and therefore the construction or execution meets the quality that was anticipated by the designer. So the value of the building code is that it now challenges you as a contractor, me as a designer, and everyone to ensure quality. It's comprehensive. All of us must work towards quality. That's what we're discussing about. And so don't bother about 124. I'm going to tell you, can you give me class 20? Whether you get material, whatever, do your trial mix design and give me that quality. Now, on the point of professionals, thank you. You've raised a very valid point, Kennedy. I wear another hat. I sit in the Council of Institution of Engineers of Kenya. What we have done in IEK is we have branches. We have North Rift, South Rift, Coasts. We have Northeastern. We have Western branch. Those branches are there. Now, if you want a professional engineer, you have IEK and you have EBK website. Go. If the name is not there, don't engage that person. Because you're engaging a quack. And when you engage a quack, you're not protected by law. When you engage someone who's not a quack and something goes, you have a recourse. That person can be punished by law. He can be deregistered, removed from the register. Now, when I was listening what you're saying, I've thought what we are going to do. We are going to make that information available in your counties. We're going to create, whether it is a website or whether it is a list we send it to the counties, we are going to create it for you to engage qualified and registered engineers.
MC, Sam, before We get another one. I think there are some of the concerns that have not been addressed.
Maybe before even you respond, MC, I will request that maybe someone who is going around. We have this this, what are they called, notepad pads here. Maybe the person who is working with the mic, you can circulate to members here. We might not have that comfort of time, and I can see members here. Some maybe our sugar levels are going down, and we shall request that you can note down your comments, hand them over to us. We are going to collect all the information that you have raised, and you can also include your email or even your telephone number. What requires us to respond to you direct as an individual, we can do so. But if you are recommending that it be incorporated here, then the committee here will look at that and see the viability of it and incorporate. Will that work?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Final round of questions or comments, and then now we'll wrap it up from there. So three, maybe, but the ladies in the house, apart from the lady from Siaya, yeah, that corner has another lady. We need to hear from you also.
Thank you. There's a question I would like to ask, but if it has been asked, I'm very sorry. I didn't get the answer. We have a problem. Okay, I come from Mama Bay. My name is Lenso Uko. There's a problem with NCA office. If you need your NCA to be improved from maybe 7 to 8, and you just go the direct way, to live and take 6 months before you get it. The people in charge will tell you the network is low, we are working on it, just be patient. But if you give money, you get it quickly. What's the standard? Is there a standard fee that we are supposed to give so that we can just do the emailing and then we get our NCA in our email? Thank you so much.
Any other comment? The gentleman at the back, as you come to the front, just allow the gentleman at the back and then come with the microphone to this gentleman that is there. Start at the back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Julius Wambisha from Sia County, Kera. I just wanted to know the relationship between the NCA and road contractors, or the contact points of the two.
Good afternoon. I'm QS Boniface Kitoto, Quantity Surveyor, KISUMU County Government. I must confess I haven't really interrogated the document, but we as professionals in the built environment in County Government of KISUMU are going to do so and submit a memorandum. Probably we should be given some timelines for the same. But I've quickly gone through part 20, I believe. That is a requirement for differently abled people. Majorly, the code speaks about, it assumes that all the disabled people are in an urban setup where we have water provisions and the like. In actual sense, in most of the counties, rural counties rather, in as much as we are trying to connect every household with water, we have not managed to do so. So at the end of the day, we still end up with pit latrines as sanitation alternatives, and probably how to take care of differently abled people is not clearly defined to that extent. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. One last one. There's a gentleman here. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Johnston Taifandalo from Hambrocon Building Contractors, KISUMU County. I have a question and also about 2 or 3 suggestions to NCA. My first question is, what is NCA doing to ensure that our clients or developers also have got knowledge on what we are discussing about? Because these are the people who are giving us employment. We are here as professionals together with the NCA, and we are talking about development. What is NCA doing to ensure that those people, they also have knowledge on what we are discussing about? And suggestion, second is a suggestion that I will request the NCA to have to create or make a special documentation that will combine the authorities, National Construction Authority, NEMA, county governments, and so on, so that when a client is identified, he is referred where that document can be found, and then if there is questionnaire and so on, the client fills the documentation and it is taken back in line with registering the building, instead of a client running up to local authorities, health, county government, NCA, NEMA, and so on. It also demoralizes our clients, and you know our clients or our developers, these are the emergency job creators in the country. I also request the NCA to protect us, we professionals in the construction industry, because there are some barriers where we find that even our young people from institutions are not even able to access to the professions in which they have been training because of a lot of regulations. You have to register, you have to upgrade, you have to do ABCD. So the NCA is requesting that you should create a way that once one has been certified by the government or an institution that he can do such a certain profession, he should be allowed to come in the field and be given an open way to get an experience without a lot of regulations. Like for those who registered newly, some have been knocked out of shut out because of they don't have KRF or tax compliant. Some have not been registered or have not been, their working practicing licenses have not been renewed because of the tax compliant. Please NCA, negotiate with the tax compliant people to give way to our people so that we can get access, because tax is a compulsory and it can be done at any moment, any day, at any time. So my last request is to it goes to procurement. Please, NCA, protect us professionals. Talk to the procurement team. They should ensure that everyone registered with the NCA or any professional who is recognized by the government is also given a chance. She or he is given a chance. Instead of having procurement, you find one is having 5 to 10 jobs, whereas the rest do not have even a single one. Thank you.
We want to make a request. Kindly, we want comments on the code, because it's very important to get feedback regarding the code. Mambo ya NCA tutazungumza at an appropriate venue. So, the code is very important for our practice. Kindly let us restrict our comments to there. That is why we are here. The notice that invited us is about the code, isn't it? Yeah, because hiyo wengine hawa watu wanasimamia hiyo hawako hapa. Unajua some of these people are not even from NCA. They are members of the industry. Sawa? They may not answer some of the questions effectively at this point. So kindly just give us comments relating to the code so that we can be able to know how to take it forward. But we say this was the last session, so maybe there was a gentleman there who raised his hand and you skipped him. He was supposed to be the last, but now there's only, yes, kindly.
My name is Michael Owina from Ingo Investments, Kisumu. My concern is in part 2, dealing with siting and space. I heard Engineer Musau giving an example to the effect that when you are erecting a building, you cannot erect a building obstructing air or light to a neighbor. I've noticed in most of our towns, most of the plots are very small, and most people are erecting very tall buildings. So, and maybe people are not the same financially. Maybe I have a neighbor, my house is maybe, I can just afford to up to maybe first floor, but my neighbor can erect even up to 10 floors. I see a conflict there, and my question is, how is this document going to ensure that there will be no conflict? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Onyango Metho from Kisumu County, Kisumu West Sub-County. I have a question about risk reduction management. In my area, there was an hospital which was built some very many years back, and the rooftop was asbestos. Just about 3 or 4 years back, the asbestos were removed on allegations that they are causing cancer. And this is the hospital where we had very many patients. And the water catchment were channeled to some tanks in this hospital, which means all these patients were using this water. If for real the asbestos is causing cancer, should this meeting abolish the use of asbestos on our roofs? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have heard the questions, and I will request Engineer Sharma to respond to those that he can, and then we will assign the others to the rest.
Thank you, MC. Onyango Metho, the whole issue of asbestos is outlawed. There is even, it is expected now by law, you remove all asbestos roofs. I have been a director of facilities in a hospital setting, and we had to remove the asbestos. And not only remove it, it is removed by specialized contractors with approved NEMA license to handle asbestos. And the way it is handled, it is even directed. So asbestos is no longer used as a roofing material. It is disallowed because it is known it causes one of the worst lung cancers. Now, yeah, there has been a question on the different labeled people, and they are not only found in, I think that is Boniface Kitoto. They are not only found in the urban areas, and that is true. I think it is one Wakili who said the building code is an adaptive law. it should be able to be adopted or adapted by any part of this country. Counties have a role in terms of inspection and all that. They are going to use the building code. The approval of the building. So it is not a property of NCA. Once it becomes a law, it is applicable in every setting. And universally, we should be thoughtful about differently about people. That is indicated clearly. So it is not really restricted to urban areas, as it were. Now, I think one last one that I didn't tackle is about foreign contractors and whether their materials comply. The purpose of the law is, and when it is applicable within this jurisdiction called Kenya, somewhere in the call we have said, if a building has been designed in Europe or wherever, it is upon the designers who want to implement it in Kenya to demonstrate how it complies to the building code. I have seen cement manufactured in Egypt, but if that cement is class 4B or class 2, whatever, pozzolanic, whatever, as you know, whatever they have used, there is a standard called European norm 206 that specifies the minimum standard that cement should meet, for instance. It must meet that, because in 2012 Kenya adopted Eurocodes, for instance, so it's part of our laws. It's part of our laws. So anything being done in this country, of course, it must meet the expectations of the building code. And when building code says we're going to use Eurocode is another very big animal. Eurocode 0 to Eurocode 9, NCCIs, and so many published documents. So that should not worry you. For me, and what concerns me, is whether we are enforcing. This country has excellent laws, but I don't know about enforcement. Thank you, MC.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. I want to address the issue of the neighborhood, sizes of buildings. And I think this is something to do with zoning. Ideally, zoning should be able to address the abilities in terms of the ability and the heights of building in a particular area. So essentially, as long as you're within the zoned area and there is proper enforcement, then the issue of blocking of light and air should not apply, because then you are expected to build to a certain height for that particular area. I think that is really an issue of enforcement of zoning, and of course, county governments now are taking the issue of zoning. The other one, there is a lady who addressed the issue of why the holidays, yeah, slightly earlier on. And I think laws don't apply in a vacuum. They apply and they are made for us. And they are the way we behave is just like the way we say you work from 8 to 5. So essentially, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't work after 5. But if you have to work, it means you inconvenience others. Then you have to get up. They are informed accordingly that kind of disturbance. So I think those are. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, like I was saying, laws are made for us, and their ethos and the way we work. So you find that including the 8 to 5 hour doesn't mean you can't work in a night shift. But ideally, if a construction site has very specific working hours, then you're supposed to adhere to those. And then if you are to work outside that, then that's why you require approval to work, including for holidays, so that others know that there's going to be disturbance. And like you know, holidays is when most of the people are at home, like you earlier said. So it is really just in keeping with that, so that at least people are informed that there's going to be extraordinary working hours, so they are ready for it. So that's all I can say for that. Thank you.
Since it was posed by one of our colleagues here, the participant, I just want to inform you, though it was not within what we require from you guys in terms of enhancement of the building code, but you raised about the issue of how well are clients sensitized regarding the mandate of NCA. I believe there was one who raised that issue. For the last 2 months, and the CS is aware of that, and our management team, we have been meeting all the partners. The latest was the water energy. We have also met the Kenya and the Kura. We also met the other agencies, and we are now also organizing to meet the procuring entities so that we sensitize them on our mandate. So that's an issue that we have already designed to ensure that we sensitize everyone who has interest in what we do as NCA. We have also engaged the counties, county governments, and the county governments are also communicating to us about the availabilities, the schedules, so that we can also go and sensitize members within their counties. So these are the issues that we are handling as NCA. This is outside what we are discussing on a building code. But it's good that I can share with you what NCA currently is doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just as I conclude, I think I just want to, there was a question asked about the relationship between NCA and the road contractors. That was from Kera. Was it the road contractors or the road agencies? Both, okay. NCA is the regulator of contractors, so we register and regulate the conduct of all contractors in the country. So any contractor who is doing work for a road agency must first be registered by NCA before they can be awarded any contract. That goes for a local or a foreign contractor. So that is the relationship that we have in terms of contractors. Between the road agencies are implementers of government programs as far as roads are concerned. I think we have classification of roads from rural roads that Kera undertakes, urban roads that are under Kura, and the highways and national trunk roads that are under Kenha. Kenha basically ensures that all road projects are done to the satisfaction of basically the satisfaction that their level requires. So if it is an urban road, there is the standard for urban roads. If it's a national highway, there's a standard for national highways. If it's a rural road, there is a standard for rural roads. So that is basically the role that the road agencies performs for our country. There is also the Kenya Roads Board that manages the road levy, and as you know, the road levy is used again to maintain and build new roads. So it is allocated to the road agencies based on the programs that they have at any particular point in time. I hope that satisfies your question. I want to ask Engineer Sharma to talk about the issue of demolition. I think there was a question that was asked about the experienced person who is supposed to supervise demolition. Maybe you can just explain it in the context of the code.
Yes, so the context of our conversations were that, would I know the person? I like to address the name.
But it was coming from this direction.
I would really love you to state it because it's an important one. Huh? Please, where is the mic?
Oh, sorry, yes. Under regulation 485, my name is Elizabeth Agina. Under regulation 485, The regulation provides that demolition works are to be carried out under the supervision of an experienced person. But skimming through the interpretation sections, you realize that you've not defined who an experienced person is. So that is why I was seeking clarification as to who then would qualify as the experienced person.
Fantastic. I think that's very clear. We were careful in the code. If you remember, I actually projected it in the slides. We were careful to qualify that person has to be a civil engineer or an architect. And we had lengthy conversations around that. If you check BS 6187, that is a code we were referring to for demolition. Now I know Engineer Nyakondo will keep on telling me we remove BS because we're talking about Euro codes. But generally, there are British standards that have been updated to be complementary to Euro codes. And these are the BSs we'll keep on referring to. Like BS 851 and 8500 is complementary to EN 206, for instance. So this way, sometimes we are going to be referring to them in that manner. But on 2012, 14th September, Kenya degazetted British standards to be the structural Euro codes in Kenya and gazetted Euro codes. So that's a law. It is gazetted. You're supposed to, your structural design should comply to British to Euro codes. So the experienced person, expected and qualified person entrusted to oversee a demolition is a civil engineer or an architect. Now, in other countries like in the UK, there are specialized demolition contractors. I do hope this country is going to grow into that because of this building code. So that then demolition becomes a controlled activity. It is not just anything. I know you have watched mega structures and all that, where staff are used just to demolish the building and it comes down like one. Because those are experts doing that kind of work. So I hope this building code is going to help us get there. We have specialized demolition contractors to demolish buildings safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I think we are coming to the end of our session this afternoon. And as we do so, we just wanted to share with you the link where you can actually get the document online. And it is projected. If you go to our website, that is nca.go.ke. When you just open the web browser and put in nca.go.ke, the first thing that will come across is this notice that we published 7 days ago, inviting the public and stakeholders to this stakeholders forum. And I believe some of you may have seen it. Actually, if you look at it, it is talking about Nyanza and costs which are happening today. So, for purposes of access to the document, I'll just guide you through so that you can be able to, when you go to About Us, we have our key publications. So when you scroll down on that window, you will see our key publications. And the first document that is there is the draft National Building Code 2020 final. So you can either preview or download and save it on your local machine for you to be able to read it at your own time. So that's an important, this is the same document that we are talking about. So kindly, if anything, take that home, that we've shown you where to get the document, because sometimes I'm a lawyer, we say knowing where to get information is more important than knowing the information, isn't it? So now that we know where to get it, we can make reference to it as we make our comments. So we want to invite our team leader to come and guide us, and invite the chair of the session to close. If you can kindly bring the mic.
think I can talk from here. Thank you so much, Samson, for taking us through from morning up to this moment. I think you have done an excellent job. Sindio? Tumpatie makofi kidogo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for guiding us. I would also want to appreciate the team that is here, led by Engineer Shama Kiteme, who made the presentation on behalf of the committee. Tupigia wa makofi pia. Thank you. Thank you so much, team, for availing your time and coming to be with us in this exercise. We don't take it for granted. We know you could be somewhere else, mkijenga taifa, but you found it fit to be with us here and enlighten the citizens and our stakeholders on this quite important document that is going to affect the way we do business in the construction industry for the next 5 or so years before we again go through the same process when it comes to the review in line with what is described in the document. Last but not least, I just want also to appreciate you. I think I did that in the morning when I was introducing myself, and I appreciate you for finding time to come and be with us. The story about the rich man who had a wedding, and he said this wedding is for the invited few, and he invited the ones that he considered to be noble people in the society that time. And you know what happened? That the invited guests never came, they never turned up. Sindio? But we invited you, and you found time, and you came to be with us in this session. So we also don't take it for granted. Nataka pia mjipatie makofi ya kilo. Thank you. Valid, and you're going to look at them as you retreat to work on the report. So thank you so much for the discussion that you have had since morning. With those few remarks, I want to welcome our chair of the session, who is also representing the board of the authority, Professor Godric Bulitia, to make his closing remarks. Thank you. Karibu, Chair.
Thank you, the team leader from the management side. As we started in the morning, we asked God to guide us through the process, and indeed we all can agree that God has been with us throughout this session. If you looked at the way forward, you will see that after the conclusion of this forum that we have just had, engagement, which we have been collecting also the views of the members who are you with email, so that email, you will be able to email us your comments, any further observation that you want us to incorporate. And I think they are being screened live there, so you can take that email address so that you can send us the email. I know most of you are ready to give us more comments. Again, I want also to encourage each one of you that there is that amendment that is now in the public forum about the amendment of National Construction Authority Act at the parliament level. We urge each one of you, anyone with something that you feel like it should be incorporated in this amendment, kindly do so and furnish the members of parliament. Also, you can talk to the members of parliament where you come from, so that they can see how they can support it fully and also make that revision that we'll be suggesting. Otherwise, for us as a board and as our authority, we want to say thank you so much for coming. We want to wish you journey mercies back to your various destinations, and we want to urge you that continue with the good work that you are doing. Whatever you are doing, you are building this economy at the level that you are doing, and we urge you, kindly be the ambassador of the best building practices. Be the ambassador. Let everybody who want to benchmark, say, I want to go to see what Bwana Kennedy has done, and that's the best practice that I want to adopt. If all of us we do that way, I want to tell you the environment we live in will be safe, and everybody will admire, not only in Kenya, but even our sister countries that are within the East African community will be saying, let's go to Kenya, get the best contractor to come and do our work. That's for now. I just want to declare that this meeting is now officially closed, and I wish you a safe journey.
Thank you, Chair. Chair did not remember to inform you that he has bought for you lunch. He so he has organized for lunch for the participants. And as we leave, we prayed when we started. We want to ask a member of the team that is present to bless us and also pray for the lunch. You can volunteer, and the microphone will be brought to where you are, and you can pray for us as we depart, and also bless the lunch that we are going to have. Thank you.
Let us rise up and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we came before you. We say thank you for our team of our NCA. Thank you for the organizers. We pray for them so that they can work for us to do better in this nation. Jehovah Lord, we have come to the end of our meeting. I put before you the participants who have talked about all things which are affected us in this Nyanza. Jehovah Lord, I put each and everybody before you as we are going to go back where we came from. May you protect us on the road. Dear Lord, I commit the team from Nairobi before you, Jehovah Lord. Be with them, and we are praying for them for journey mercies, and also us. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. We heard that the lunch they have offered for the chairman and the participants. Bless the food as we are going to take it, and give us wisdom to work as the contractors of this region. I pray and trusting in your name, Jesus Christ.